I'd like to call the meeting of the Davidson County Board of Commissioners for Thursday, August the 6th to order. Commissioner Shell will lead us in the invocation and pledge.
Those who would like. Our most gracious Heavenly Father, we give praise and thank you for this beautiful day that you presented before us. Let us take advantage of the blessings that you have given to us to make decisions, Father, that would enhance the lives of all of our citizens. We give praise. We call upon your wisdom, your strength, and your guidance to be the people that we should be. For it is in his precious name I pray. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
For recognition today, I appreciate those of y'all and department heads and attorneys, etc., visitors that are with us today. Thank you for coming. We have a special recognition today. Debbie or Casey, are you in charge of this?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Back in July, the press release went out to name our County Attorney, Chuck Fry, by the NCACC as named the Outstanding County Attorney of the Year. And as you know, Chuck has just got done with his, his term as the president, and he moves into a different rank, and they like number 2, I think is what it is. So, I think all of you saw the press release. So I actually just want to read the quote right in the middle of the page, and I guess it's the one that I think it's the one I put in there, which says, "Mr. Fry is a true professional, a great asset to Davidson County government. I'm proud to work with a colleague of such high caliber in terms of knowledge, experience, and integrity." And I think anybody that works with Chuck in this room, including all of his staffs here, and practically everybody in this room has had dealings with him, I think those words echo, and that's why I picked those. It's short and sweet, but it gets to the point, and it's to the heart of what we all think of Chuck in terms of his work here in Davidson County government. He doesn't know that he has a plaque to be the Outstanding County Attorney of the Year. So I think we all give Chuck all a big round of applause, and it's very, very high honor. Going to want this, and I'm sure there's going to be pictures. I don't know if his staff wants to say anything. Most of them are here, and I'm sure the Attorney of the Year, wants to say something as well. So anybody that's got anything they would like to add to that, feel free. But it's a very high honor, very high honor.
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Thank you. Madam Chair, members of the board, I appreciate the opportunity that the board gave me over the last 4 years to work with the North Carolina Association of County Attorneys. It has been a real learning opportunity to meet and to work with my colleagues around the state. There are attorneys from counties that I didn't know existed that I now consider to be friends and resources that I call on when we run into a unique challenge here. It also gave a great opportunity to work with the professionals with the Association of County Commissioners, a great resource for the county, and from the School of Government, and I appreciate the opportunity to have served in that capacity. I particularly have to point out how fortunate we are in Davidson County to have the staff, my colleagues in the County Attorney's Office, Mike and Sherry and Danielle and Kelly and Keith and Lynn. I know we're very fortunate in having these professionals represent the county on a daily basis. They do a very good job for this county. Thank you for this recognition.
Thank you.
Want to do a picture? Yeah. Okay.
Do we want to do just them two and then maybe use the staff? And I'll take the second one?
Let's get everyone up. Staff, please.
Yeah. We need to stand up behind them, okay?
We need to get closer, Debbie, or you all right?
Yes, Chris, can you move in just a little bit?
Yeah, my screen door.
Your screen door. Okay, I'll take a couple. 1, 2.
news for
Okay,
known Chuck for a lot longer than both of us would like to admit. And I will say one thing about Chuck. Chuck is a natural leader. Every organization that he's been a part of, he's been an active participant and usually president of. And me and Chuck go back to law school. And I would say that probably the law school would be as proud of Chuck as anybody that came out of our class.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to ask for a motion to excuse Commissioner Truill, who's under the weather, if you would.
So moved.
Take time to think of him as he battles some health problems. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Let's have a verbal vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. To adopt the agenda today, the Planning and Zoning Board has asked that we're gonna add an additional item of 5F, addition to secondary road system Ridge Hill Court and Monticello subdivision be added to the agenda. And this is because this is a time-sensitive matter that needs to be done before tomorrow. Also, Ms. Kuntz and Mr. Smith have requested that item 5G be added, update on COVID-19 testing. Are there any other changes to the agenda?
No.
May I have a motion and second to adopt? Commissioner,
motion
okay,
before you get the
okay.
second.
Please cast your vote.
I got the second.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I heard you speak about the same time I did.
Fred and Todd.
That's fine.
Okay.
So either way, it don't matter to me.
Items for deliberation. Yes. Commissioner Yates,
Oh,
try again. There, there it is.
All of the votes are in, and that motion carries by a vote of 6-0.
Thank you. First item is the 2021 Commissioner meeting schedule. Mr. Smith?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Every year we adopt the schedule for meetings, and you have it here in front of you, the 21 holiday schedule, which matches the NC court system as well. Got there highlighted, I think Debbie left you, options for the one meeting in July. We can either do it on the 8th or the 22nd. I'll leave that to the board, and if anybody's got any preferences, remember we have to have one meeting per month, so we pick one or the other, and then we can move this on to Tuesday night for consent agenda for approval if anybody has any objections.
did you say the 8th or the 22nd?
8th or the 22nd of July, we can do either or.
Me, I think it needs to be on the 22nd.
I do too.
I do too.
A lot of people take vacation.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I gave 2 options.
Yeah.
So y'all can make
Right.
a choice.
It's not as round, it's not as close to 4th of July and et cetera,
Right.
so, yeah, that works fine. We can move this to Tuesday night if anybody has any problems.
Okay. The next item is the holiday schedule. Do we need to do,
No, it's just
Okay.
consensus.
Okay,
moving forward.
okay.
Yeah, if everybody's good with that one day, we'll
Okay.
move this to Tuesday night to consent,
Okay.
so.
all right. For the holiday schedule? Okay, we got that. All right, let's move on to the NCACC legislative goals process.
Madam Chair, every year we also go through this process where we adopt, where you look at submitting goals to the NCACC, when they have their annual conference. And the deadline for submission for these looks like it's, September 30th. In the past, have we just had these brought forth at a board meeting?
To put it back on for September 8th, that way we can get everything in to the NCACC.
And I don't know if anybody's got any goals that they want to move forward and push forward, but if they can give them to us and we can compile them together, we can have them on the agenda.
I think we ought to ask each one of the department heads if there's something that they have done that they would like to have recognition for.
Okay.
Or that they have some issues that they need to have dealt with. There's quite a bit of stuff going on because we're not meeting.
Right.
So if you have any legislative goals, any goals that you'd like to see us represent, The way it works is, they pick out 5 main goals out of all the ones that are submitted, and those are the ones that go to the, legislature.
Madam Clerk, when do you need these?
We can either do it on September 8th or September 22nd, as long as we've got, and we submit them electronically, so as long as I've got time to submit them, that's all we need.
Okay,
So, I mean, if you want to leave it to the September 22nd,
yes.
so we can try to get everything in and just keep you all posted as we hear things.
Mm-hmm.
One of the biggest areas that I think we really need to look at, because you got the DOI involved as well as the legislation, is our planning and zoning boards. They are knuckled under by sometimes by over-regulations that they don't really care about, but they're forced to have to do these things to be in compliance with the law or with the DOIs. And so I think that's an area we need to really look at. And so we need to get some input from that department to see what it is what suggestions they may have. Move forward. I think that most all of us get complaints at time to find out that they're mandated by law or either DOI policies. We need to see if they've got any ideas or recommendations as to how to make that, streamline that a little better for the builders out here.
You talking planning and zoning or inspections?
Inspections,
Oh,
what'd I say, planning and zoning?
Mm-hmm.
Inspections, I'm sorry, thank you,
Yeah.
Commissioner Yates.
You might wanna, just ask the health department or the social services, because of this COVID, pandemic that we've been dealing with, have they discovered some different, things that are holding them up, or that they could change to do better if we had another situation? We wanna make it as fluid as we can to the people of the county, but, so if you've got something that you think we can eliminate or add or something like that, let us know.
Yeah, I think it would be good to have some kind of legislative needs document that could be filled out digitally anytime throughout the year that they could submit to the board and we could review and try to move it on up the.
Mm-hmm.
We could ask, Mr. Hartman, he may be able to put a laserfish form together
Okay,
for us to use.
that'd be
for that
great.
purpose.
Okay. Thank you all.
Thank you.
CRF funding update, Mr. Smith?
I'm actually gonna turn this one over to Jason.
Okay.
I will tee it up real quick. You know, I think you all received an email a few weeks ago. We've gotten the second round of funding for CRF. And so, it basically doubles what we had before. So I'm gonna let Jason walk through that. Some of the same rules apply, so it's a little bit easier we don't have to go back through all of that, but I'm gonna let Jason walk you through what he has.
Okay. Sure. Just gonna tee up the presentation here, so.
Thank you.
Okay, like the county manager, said, we've received an additional round of funding, and as part of that, he has asked me to go ahead and just put together a quick presentation and an update for you guys where we stand, what we've used the money for so far, that sort of thing. So I'll just start with the NC Pro report. We turned in our first report on July 30th. That covered all the expenses from March 1st through June 30th. And I'll go into a little more detail here. This is just a quick overview. This was sent into NC Pro, which stands for North Carolina Pandemic Relief Office. Total amount of expenditures in that report were $484,324. That's a rounded amount. That does not include also our assistance grants, the emergency assistance, the business assistance grants. So there's another $1 million there that is committed that maybe hasn't completely gone out yet. Some of that will start to be reported on the July report. That'll go in August. But just to kind of break it down from here, to start with, the first item there, PPE, supplies, sanitizer, different equipment, $73,121. Payroll expenses of $193,550, and then distribution to the cities, which you may recall we had distributions in the original plan to Thomasville, Lexington, and Denton. In June, we did make distributions to Thomasville and Lexington. We've now received the executed memorandum of understanding from Denton, and that amount has gone out in July, but it's just not reported in this, but it's actually been paid as well. So that's what makes up the total amount. So I'll just kind of break each of those categories down here. The PPE and supplies, this is exactly what it sounds like: masks, procedural masks, cloth masks, N95s, gloves, hand sanitizer, sneeze guards, what we have here in the commissioner's room, the plexiglass separators here, thermometers, 2 Lucas machines, which is used to assist with CPR. Those are for our quick response vehicles. I'll talk a little bit more about those here in just a second. And then also the audio video improvements for the commissioner's meeting room that would allow us to do the Zoom meetings. So the Support Services Department did construct several sneeze guards around the county. These are just some examples. The one on the left there is in Veteran Services. I believe the one in the middle is in DSS, and the one on the right, I believe, is over at the clerk of court's office. One other important thing to point out here was we created a temporary backup 911 center. The board may recall that we were in the process when COVID-19 began of doing renovations at the actual backup center in Thomasville. So that rendered the situation, if we had a positive case in 911, that we would have to quarantine folks in there, deep clean that office, and there is an agreement with Guilford Metro 911 to handle our calls, I believe, for 30 minutes. But we would need to move to a backup site, which we did not have. So worked closely with Rob and developed a temporary backup site. The sheriff was gracious enough to volunteer some space in his office, and we were able to put equipment there in the temporary center.
Jason, have you
Yes,
said,
sir.
what is the transitional time period on that changeover?
For,
If you had to shut it down, how long does it take us to be up and running?
I believe it's within 30 minutes. Is that correct, Rob? Yeah.
Thomasville or the sheriff's office?
Well. So the payroll expenses, the $193,550, this included the emergency sick and family leave. This was under the Families First Coronavirus Act that was passed back in March. So we had $17,863 there. This was for specifically public health and public safety employees. Overtime for public health, emergency services, and the sheriff's department. And then QRV payroll expenses of $162,090. So to expand a little bit on the QRVs, since March, EMS has dedicated 2 quick response vehicles for response to COVID-related medical calls. 911 actually does a pre-screening for COVID calls, and all COVID calls that are run by by EMS are run by these vehicles. So 100% of that staff time for those 8 employees are considered substantially dedicated to responding and mitigating the COVID virus, and they're eligible to claim 100% of their payroll expenses under this funding. So that is what makes up that amount from March through the end of June.
Because they're relegated to COVID-19 response.
Correct. And in general, public safety is considered substantially dedicated, 100%. So EMS, with cities, the fire departments, because a lot of those run medical calls as well, and even police, law enforcement. And then in the initial plan, the board approved these allotments, just as to refresh your memory, was $90,388 to Lexington. This was paid in June. Thomasville, $127,265, and then Denton, $7,960. And like I said before, both Thomasville and Lexington got their allocation in June. Denton has submitted their MOU, and that was made in July.
That's based on per capita.
That's correct.
So for folks in the audience that don't quite understand how that's allocated.
Right. So now this brings us kind of that quick overview of what we've done so far. This brings us to the new session law 2020-80. This is the additional coronavirus relief funding. It was passed by the General Assembly in June and signed by Governor Cooper into law on July 1st. Our per capita portion increased from $2.9 almost and even $3 million to $6.2 million. That dollar amount includes what was previously given to us under Session Law 2020-4. One of the things that had been talked about was that possibly a future distribution would be allowed for counties to replace any lost revenues that they had. That was not allowed under this. So the same rules continue to apply as before for the use of funding, as Casey said. Under this session law, the county is required to give 25% of its total allocation to cities within the county. And this breaks down to $1,557,500. And that includes what we've already given to the cities. So that is included in this number. In order to receive the CRF funding, municipalities have to provide a plan to the county for their expenditures by September 1st. In order to speed the process up, I sent out something to all the municipalities and required them to get something back to me by July 31st. That way, at the time, we didn't know if money would be released, how quickly it would be released. How it worked before was as quick as a plan got in, the money was released. So the logic there was get it in as quick as we can, get the money as quickly as we can, get it back out to them as quick as we can. Cities have to provide monthly reports to the state, same as the county, and they're subject to clawback for any misuse of funding.
One more component to that. The other reason why we asked them ahead of time is because they also didn't move the goalpost back. It's still got to be 12/30 to get all the funds spent or send it back. So they expedited up. You got less time to spend more money, and they didn't move the goalpost. So we went ahead and cheated and said, cities, go ahead and give us what you got, basically knowing that the rules wasn't going to change anyway. Everybody should kind of know the drill. So
What was the last thing on that previous page?
Sure. Let's see if I can get it to go back. There we go. The county has to provide an updated plan as well to the state. So that's part of what you've got today before you.
Let me ask you one
Yes,
question. Sir. We've talked previously about providing at Linwood, but possibly at Linwood, a place to provide secure location for people who test positive. Some of our homeless folks, for example. Would that be included in this plan?
It's not, but here's not like that. I can do this real fast. Jason's going to show you in a second, but I can tell you. You remember when I first showed you this, we had a list of accounts and we had a gray line where we called it miscellaneous, and we said we're going to use that as our holding pot. That miscellaneous line is not a reportable category for the state. So we're going to give them a payroll. We're going to give them a report and say, look, we got all this money we were going to spend. We possibly have to do testing. We possibly have to do deep cleans. If we don't, we may book it to payroll. We can always change our mind. But that miscellaneous amount will hold potentially that project, along with a variety of others in the payroll possibility. Right. And what I think we should do is just kind of wait it out and let it go, see where we go with anything else, and possibly get toward the end of the year and then make our final moves. Now, if the state decides, Jason's also going to show you this in a minute, they're making us now report every month. Remember, it was just October 1, now they're going to do every month. There was a scuttlebutt out that they were going to make it where every month you report, you can't go back and book payroll. Yep. And I understand that. I mean, it kind of landlocks you in and forces you to December. That hadn't come to pass yet. If it does, we'll let you know. We may have to make some moves then. But it's all about the money's there if we wanted to do that project, to answer your question.
So there's no chance of them
I didn't put it on a report for them right now.
There's no chance of them coming back in later and saying, send back all your unused portions that you have not used?
I don't think that they wouldn't wait to the last minute. They would start to tell us after every reporting milestone, we're not going to let you go back. But right now, and we've squeezed them on that question, they haven't said that's what they're going to do. They're just going to make us report. If we catch wind of that, we're probably going to have to move that gray line money to, say, a payroll account or something, make that the holding pot. they have to understand, and I think they do, that counties we can make a plan all we want to, but on the street, things change.
Right.
And they change fast. And I ain't got time to change them here, get them approved, and get them to NC Pro, and get it all back. By the time I do all that, the plan's changed again.
Yeah.
So they've got to understand that I have to have a little bit of latitude moving through this process. And to right now, they hadn't said that that's what they're gonna do as far as landlocking.
And that's you and every other county.
It's everybody, right? It's
Yeah.
this NC Pro, and I think they're finding this out now, is getting inundated with, what about this? What about this? What about this? What about this? You know, they're catching on to this is a big process. And now that they're making it reporting every month, if you saw the report Jason had to fill out, I mean, it was down to the receipt, you know, with, I want the receipt numbers, I want this, I want what you did. It's very extensive. Very extensive, and rightfully so. It's taxpayer dollars,
Right.
You know,
Right.
so.
And like Casey was talking about, this is the schedule for, the reporting deadlines. The first one was due on July 30th. Initially, it was July 20th, but they gave a little more room, I guess, to kind of clear up confusion. And, I think a lot of people had the same reaction to how detailed it was once we got into it, because it was very detailed. But every month kind of lands around the 20th, 21st, and then our final report is March 15th. And like Casey said, we could be landlocked in on expenses, particularly for payroll. We don't know that that's going to be the case, but we want to have as much agility as possible, you know, to be able to move on the fly if we need to make changes. So,
Jason, I hate to keep asking questions,
Sure.
but this is of great interest to me.
sure.
How do you, separate, for example, when we're required to do cleaning at the courthouse? You've got the supplies, the materials I saw listed.
Mm-hmm.
Does that come out of that section of the budget? And
Yes.
then the hourly rate for the people that go in there and do the actual cleaning, does that come out of a separate part of that budget?
That's usually all, just because you bought the service, you can charge that usually to supply
Supplies,
the
yeah.
contract.
Okay.
And if I've got enough appropriation, remember y'all appropriated some money in end of June. Well, for the plan. Well, remember again, go back to what I said, the streets sometimes don't match the plan. As long as I have an authorized appropriation from you guys, if I have an emergency like I had at the courthouse or I had at West Campus or somewhere else, you know, a few $100s for cleaning, I can deal with it right there on the fly. And I let y'all know about it, obviously, you know, it doesn't have to be a formal action. I can't do it without an appropriate. Now, if I don't have an appropriation, I got a problem, I gotta come to y'all. And so I try to leave a little slack there to deal with things on the fly as it comes my way, and then leave the big items in that gray line, like, do y'all wanna do payroll? That'll be a question for you one of these days. Do you wanna do more testing? That'll be a question for you one of these days. We pull it out of that gray line.
Okay.
I have a question.
We're not gonna just go run a testing clinic on our own as staff without, you know, board approval. That's not gonna happen. But a $300 fogging job, I may do on the fly, especially if I need to clean the facility and get it back ready for people to use.
I have a question. So when we first started in this, I know that we talked about that, you know, the municipalities, nonprofits, they couldn't double dip. So if we were gonna give them some of this grant funding, they could not get it anywhere else. And I look on this one report and it says the city of High Point is granted $175,482. Are they getting money from anywhere else? Or, cause it would seem like it'd be a double dip if they were getting it from somewhere else and then we're giving them
They
that
have part
amount.
of their population in our county,
Yeah.
and so they're actually in 3 different counties.
Or,
And so now that they know when this second round of CRF money came to pass legislatively, all of the cities got told, you know, they have an association as well. And so their association people told them, listen, you're missing out. You need to go to these counties, tell them what your population is that's in their district, multiply that, whatever the factor is, and ask for those funds. And that's what High Point has done.
yeah,
They're in Guilford County, they're in a little bit in our county, and I guess a little bit maybe in
Randolph and Forsyth.
So they get a full 25% from,
Well, 25% of this money has to come off the top for the city. So 1.5 million, no matter how you slice it, has got to go to any city
cities,
in our
yeah.
jurisdiction.
just seems to me like some of the, you know, when we look at, I would think that some of our.
We decided to do it per capita because it's just the easiest and fastest and fairest way to do it. Mr. Shell asked that question before about the first round. Now, if you remember, what we did then was, we only had the 3 cities that were quote-unquote interested. You know, Midway said, just send me some masks, that was fine. You know, I didn't get a response from Wahlberg. I didn't really even go to High Point. You know, I didn't think about that at the first time. Hence the reason why I guess they're coming now. So, but at the time we did that, what we decided to do was just go to really the 3 cities we were dealing with and say, show me what your needs are. Well, they submitted requests, and based upon the need as a percentage of the population, that's what we gave, at 27.5%. So it was a little bit different way of allocating it. That's probably gonna make it a little messier here, now that you got 5 cities involved. The fastest and easiest way to do it is say, we know we gotta pull that $1.5 million out. There's nothing we can do. It's 25, it's in the bill. Now the question is how to distribute it. Per capita is the way we chose.
Right. To Casey's point, the first round of funding was to really, anything that went to cities was to the board's discretion, truly, if you wanted to give anything to them.
Right, this second piece of legislation, the cities, again, got their association involved and said, no, it's not gonna be a discretion now. These counties are gonna have to do 25% mandated no matter what.
Right.
Is that 25% out of the second round?
No, out of the total. So 25% of 6.2 has got to go.
Okay.
How you wanna divide it up now, again, for us, per citizen seems like the easiest and fastest way to do it, so.
And so just kind of diving into this was the staff recommendation for, distribution to the cities on a per capita basis. And so that's how that breaks down. And then at the bottom there, the per capita amount and, of what it is per citizen.
Go back.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes, sir.
That one there again.
Okay.
So, how much did we actually give High Point?
High Point would be their
175.
175, 482. They haven't received anything yet, but this is
And that's based on just the citizens that live in Davidson County?
correct,
Yeah,
that are High Point citizens.
6,000.
yeah, 6,309 citizens that are in Davidson County. You know High Point's bigger than that.
Oh, yeah, but.
Yeah, something,
Well,
let me ask you this.
Yes, sir.
The Thomasville one, you didn't count the citizens that live in Randolph, right?
Correct. They
Okay.
would, if they get anything from Randolph County, that would come from their portion.
It ain't but a handful, but still.
Right.
Okay.
And, I think, I spoke with the assistant city manager of High Point, and I think he even said in Randolph County, it was something like 20 people. Their allocation was gonna be like $150 or something, but they're asking for it all.
It's just curious because of the, folks that live in the city of High Point or annexed people, we generally provide most of the services out there. That's not taken into consideration at all?
We based everything off of just per capita. Didn't really look at,
Have an easier way to,
Yeah.
to allocate it. I don't know, per citizen just seems like the easiest way to do it to me.
Just curious.
I mean, you're right. I know folks
Yeah.
who live right over there off the side of Thomasville, a lot of them do, and some of them up a little further. Like, I think Mike lives up there. He's gone now, but he lives closer to pushing into the Kernersville close side, lead-free area, going that way, But I kinda knew this was coming. When the second round bills come, the cities, again, I won't say they got a little bit behind, but they did in the first round. They just weren't aware of how this flowed. And again, one of the things we tried to get Kevin Leonard and them to do is, why don't they just take the city's piece and give it directly to them, and back it out of us, but they just choose not to do that. Every time they write these bills, they funnel it through the county, and then it's our responsibility to pass it along.
Yeah.
Seems like we could figure out what the value of the services that we provide to that particular area and deduct it from the amount of money that they get.
It could be awful messy.
Mhm.
Awful what?
I can see that being tough.
Okay. Just curious.
The only reason I mentioned it is looking at the $175,000. It just seems robust when I'm sitting here looking at the Thomasville City Schools getting $6,200, and the Lexington City Schools getting
I
$8,600.
didn't do,
I
well, we
wish,
didn't depict them on purpose.
Yeah.
Remember, they got direct
I know.
funding from the CARES Act.
Mhm.
So, I mean, you know, the board's more than willing to change, if you wanna change this plan, that's fine. I just left them out of this round because we gave them a little bit the first round, but they got direct injection of cash from that bill. And
Anybody know what they got? I mean, I'm sure it's millions.
it was several, I can
3
find
million?
it, it was several million.
Thought it was like $3 million.
Yeah, and again, remember, we've always got the gray line. If it gets closer to December and we've done all the testing we're gonna do, hadn't had any more calamities to clean, and it's approaching that deadline, we can always take that gray line and say, what do we wanna do? Do we wanna give more to schools? Do we wanna give more to this? We'll have a choice.
I forgot what the expenditures were, but the price that the school systems had to provide the kids with Chromebooks and, distance learning was a lot of money.
And even sub-grants going through other departments, like you probably saw the North Carolina Libraries Association got funds. It's gonna come through one of ours soon to get the hotspots. And if you remember, that was one of the complaints from the school was getting the hotspots. Now, will it buy everyone that they need? I don't know, but that's part of the CARES Act. So it's getting disseminated even to out further.
Thank you.
Do you have any idea, Casey, on the community college, how much Davie County gave?
I do not. You know, we gave them a little bit in that first round, and again, because I think they were part of a direct injection into these legislatures. That's why I left the education stuff out this time. But I will find out and I'll check with them.
Okay, and as I mentioned before, the cities have submitted their plans. I did receive all of them. And kind of going back on Casey's point of NC Pro being inundated at this point, I think a good example of that is we're the conduit for the cities. All of the plans come to us and we submit it, all their reports come to us and we submit it, because now they're getting direct inquiries from every city and little town across the entire state. So they're asking, probably easier from their point of view to deal with 100 points of contact than, thousands of points of contact. We have received them. We don't actually approve their plans. That's not our purview, but because they are accountable again for any misuse of the funds to the state. But just for your information, what we've got here is little glimpses at a high level of what they're looking to use the funding for. Lexington is for their public safety payroll. Thomasville, with that, they're looking at doing some business assistance grants, PPE, teleworking. Walberg, business assistance possibly, and then also PPE and equipment, mostly PPE and equipment. High Point, emergency sick time, PPE equipment. Denton, payroll for emergency sick time and PPE and equipment. So pretty common thread here with everything.
I noticed in that I don't see anything about testing. Is the county totally responsible for all the testing in there? Municipalities as well as the county as well?
No, I mean, they could have chose to done stuff in the cities, and I guess they did not submit anything part of that. Part of that is and I think Lillian's gonna touch on this in a little while. We've got some community partners that are doing this, Novant, Medical Ministries,
okay.
Well, we'll talk about that in a minute. No, the cities didn't say anything
They
to
didn't
us
say
that
anything
said that
to
they
that,
were gonna do anything inside the cities.
And so going back to our revised plan, this is an update on the slide that was in the presentation before, just so you kind of get a glimpse of how this breaks out. And this is important to point out that this is how we view the categories of spending, which is a little bit different than what is actually in the plan we give to the state. And the reason being is there's some crossover between those. So this is just kind of a little easier for us to look at it from this point of view. The grants to municipalities, education makes up 26%. And as Casey mentioned before, basically everything that's extra that's coming in, we are proposing to put solely into payroll. This would go into that miscellaneous account in our budget for that. That allows us the flexibility to move if we need to put it into more testing, to do something at Linwood, anything like that. But having it dedicated in there to the state for payroll, that gives us the ability to book it as it comes in. And so how we are looking at that is every month, we would report any kind of payroll that we wanted to. At the moment, we're only looking at the QRVs, the 8 staff there. But that gives us the flexibility to do that.
How did you come up with 11% on testing and tracking?
That number hadn't moved from the first one.
But you're using the total, amount of monies received and allocated, but all that's coming from the county, if I understand correctly.
Well, I mean, it's part of this CRF money,
But you just said you don't know if cities are doing them or not.
I don't think they are. I'm saying that.
That's coming from, you gotta reduce the amount of monies that's allocated to the cities, and then whatever we spend from our part is what the percentage is gonna reflect. Am I wrong about that?
Probably the easiest way to look at it is we got our pot of money, they got their pot of money. And that number there that ain't that's tracing, and possibly I put some in there in case there was ever a vaccine, if we got into this distribution of that. Remember, the plan had a lot of, I guess the right word for it is assumptions. And those assumptions may or may not happen. I don't know.
So have we spent $702,000?
No, that's a budget.
No.
That's a plan. Okay. You gotta give them a plan for the whole 6.2. What happens out of that in reality may change, may be a completely different story.
But now we just make the assumption that's gonna be coming out of our part, because you can't make a plan for Lexington or
I can't force them to do it.
That's right.
Right. But I had to give the state something. And, we're running out of places to pick and choose if we're not gonna book it all to payroll, which I don't think is fair too, so we just said, look, what about an amount for testing? What about an amount for tracing? What about an amount for a potential vaccine? We don't know if that's coming, and if it did, what it would look like. It may not happen, so.
That's a projection,
These are projections.
It's not an absolute plan.
Correct. These are moving target numbers.
Okay.
Let me be clear about that. They can all fluctuate.
Okay.
And so the next steps, what we're seeking today is the board to approve for us to go ahead and submit the county's revised plan, which you've got a draft of at your seats, and then along with the plans that the cities have sent to us. Go ahead and send those into the state. Staff plans to bring new memorandums of understanding with the cities and towns for approval next Tuesday. Because those will need to be updated. They were dollar specific before, and now we have 2 municipalities in there that we have no MOU with. Once they're executed, then we can distribute the funds to the municipalities. My best estimation on that would be in September. Just given that their time to get it in front of their respective boards, and all of that, so. And then also we'll continue to provide updates to you all, and then monthly reports to the NC Pro office. Also, next Tuesday, we'll be bringing a series of budget amendments to appropriate this additional funding that's been received. In the budget amendments, what we will have is you'll see some increases to a capital line within the coronavirus funding. This is to purchase laptops that will expand teleworking capabilities. I believe it's 25 of them that we've went ahead and ordered, and we'll go ahead and do that. Additional PPE products. Right now, we're good on masks and a number of items, but we're getting low on gloves and hand sanitizer, that kind of stuff. So to have that, go ahead and make a good order for that. Also for the QRV expenses, the payroll expenses that were incurred in July, because we're going to be reporting backwards. These will be journal entered over from the general fund over to this coronavirus funding. And that's also, there'll be some amount there that picks up a little bit from June as well that we'll be doing journal entries on. And then capital funds, this will be separate from the coronavirus relief funds. There will be a budget amendment for EMS to move money from salaries to capital to purchase a replacement quick response vehicle. The 2 that we have, one of them is reaching I think it's 280,000 miles on it, and it's time to replace, and it's seeing some action now for sure. And so, but this will be done through the payroll savings from journal entries on the QRV payroll that we've already booked. So in essence, it's paid for with coronavirus relief funds, but just not coming directly out of that budget. And with that, if there's any additional questions, I'll be glad to take them.
I do want to point out real quick, there is, I think inside your packet, a quick couple of tables about the business grant and the public assistance grant, all on the same piece of paper. So if you're interested, it just shows, and I know we send these out regularly, but this again is also a moving target. The second round of the business grant was a little more popular. I think the message just got out a little bit better. We're up to 300,000 committed, if I'm right, Tim, he's here. You can see the stats on how many businesses we've got. We may come back to you and try a round 3. I think the word just now kind of seeped out in that round 2. So we're getting close to our 500 goal. The public assistance a little more slower, not as much awarded of funds going out. But again, we got till December. So we'll send these out regularly, periodically as we move forward. Right now, we've shut round 2 down. Tim's gone through with the businesses and working through trying to get the payments done and get the receipts in. So a little bit of admin on that one. Let him get through that, and if the board wants to, we'll bring it on another meeting and we can move forward. But in essence, after Jason said all that, when we do some budget amendments next Tuesday night, we submit if y'all are okay, we'll move them to the consent agenda. We'll get the plans to NC Pro. That'll give us the ability to appropriate the money, get the cities their money. That will leave us in the gray line, I keep referring to that, about $3 million. So we will have essentially gone through, and remember, if you take $1.5 million off 6, 4.5 is our part. So that would leave us, means we've spent about $1.5 million, roughly, or committed. And we've got 3 sitting there. We'll continue to work with the state. If we catch wind, they're gonna landlock us, we'll let you know. But right now, we'll bring them on agendas to move it out of the gray up into the top if we find needs for it or things we wanna do or talk with you about anything, like testing here in just a few minutes, so.
Okey-doke.
All right, thank you.
It's y'all did good. It's a fairly complex, this thing's gotten complex, so
Yes,
sorry
it
to
has.
cram that in a few minutes,
Yeah.
but you got the gist of it, so, I mean, you understand.
So this approval of will be on the, consent agenda next week,
You gonna
or
put the
do we
plans
need it
on
today?
Or,
We can do it on Tuesday. I was gonna go ahead and see
You-
if we could have the plans approved today.
Okay,
But
so,
if we want to, it's totally,
the plan's in your packet here that equals
Yeah.
6.2 million.
Yeah.
And that's an electronic submission to NC Pro.
okay,
And
Yeah.
so the funds have already gotten here. They've already sent them, I think I sent y'all an email, they got a wire to us, they sent the funds ahead of the plan. So we're gonna go, if y'all are okay with it, we'll go ahead and submit the plans and then put the budget amendments on for Tuesday.
okay,
and the MOUs as well.
And the MOUs as well, right?
okay.
I'll make a motion, we approve the plan.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Aye.
That was weak.
All right, we're moving on to the 911 update. Mr. Smith?
That was one of the folks we used to have.
Rob Wilson, our 911 director. And I'm gonna tee this one up as well, Rob, I'll help you out here. At your place, Rob's got another little quick PowerPoint, we won't do death by PowerPoint this morning, but this one's short. And you've got a 1-page, let me go backwards for a minute. The radio project is, I think, officially done. So, and I'm talking done as far as installing, implementing, and pay for-ing. So it's all done. That moves us, if you remember from February, I know we've had a lot going on since February, now to the second project on our list in 911, which is finishing the backup 911 center. We've got the building okay, and we've cleaned it up, and we're ready to go. We still got some hardware to buy, a recorder and some consoles. Remember, the game plan when we started the radio project eons ago was always to take the old consoles out of the prime site, move it to Tom, or wherever we had the backup center.
Mm-hmm.
Well, during the time of all that happening, those consoles now are old. And so we kind of going to get rid of that idea and go to the second one. If the state's going to help us pay for it or let us use our own 911 funds, we're going to put the same consoles we use in the prime site at the backup site. Just makes sense. 7,500s across the board. To do that, they're going to we're going to have to go dip into our 911 funds, which is sitting on our books, but it's state funds that they've given us over the years, and go to the capital reserve. That was all part of the CIP. So I'm going to let Rob walk you through that, and then there's a second project we'll touch on.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Glad to see you all.
Thank you.
Last year, we began a process to remediate the moisture issues that we had discovered at the Thomasville Center. There was water seeping through the concrete block. And the pictures there kind of show some of the issues that we located. Dwayne's folks got out there and did a great job on remediating all that. Went out to the foundation, did the outside of the building as well as the inside of the building. As a part of the process of remediating the moisture issues and mold that we had at the center, in anticipation of having new radio equipment up there, we needed a significantly larger computer room. Plus the center there, there was no way to actually stay there. There was no way to prepare food. There was no way to live there for a while if we got into a situation where we had to be at the backup center for an extended period of time. So as a part of the process, we created a larger computer room and other usable space to be used in case, again, of a full-time deployment to the center. Thanks to the hard work of Dwayne's folks, the work had been completed, and on August the 3rd, we actually moved into the space. I also moved the quality assurance staff and also the training staff up there, and we'll get that in the next slide. But the picture on the top left is the existing small computer room. It's pretty well, there's not a whole lot of room in there for a whole lot more equipment. And then just the construction process that they went through in the additional room to create that office space, computer room space, live space that we would need if we needed to move up there. As of August the 3rd, I also moved the training and quality assurance functions of the 911 center to Thomasville. My thought process is to have all the training academies that we have throughout the years moving forward based out of that facility, which will allow a more comprehensively trained telecommunicator coming out of the training academy, and it would allow us to have a better return of investment on the equipment that's being purchased for there. Right now, we're only training on the CAD system, so they were actually having to go to the dispatch floor to get radio training and phone training. So we weren't really training people. There was really no place to train people. And the thought is we're spending this money for this facility, and we're putting all this money into the equipment. Instead of having it set up there and nobody use it, now new dispatchers will be trained there, and the quality assurance staff will do all the work from up there. So we're getting a better return on our investment on that.
Rob, are you gonna have separate staff there?
Nope, I just moved the staff that I've got in Lexington up to Thomasville.
Okay.
There's the remodeled telecommunicator room, the dispatch room. We did do a rug and some other things to try to cut down. There's 2 drywalled walls instead of concrete block walls. The echo in the room was pretty bad before. So we've done some stuff to try to remediate and mediate the issues that we were having as far as the sound quality in the room. Right now, we have portable radios up there in case something bad happens in the interim. But we have CAD system and we have a phone system up there. So we're live all the time on the phone system up there, and we're live on CAD all the time up there. So it's literally a matter of driving to Thomasville, setting in, logging in, and getting started again. Over the course of the last several months, I also worked with the 911 board on what eligible expenses, as well as Motorola, to get a quote that was truly reflective of what we needed at Thomasville. I also worked with Carolina Recording Systems to get a quote for the backup center for a voice recorder for that center, and the cost breakdown is there. If you'll see down to the $615 was the initial price for the equipment. For the consoles, we did have a credit from Motorola coming for some work that was not done, which brought the console cost down to $592. The recorder is $49,660. And the story with that, it is significantly less than the cost of the recorder at the prime site, but the reason that is because we included licensing for Motorola for this center and what we did last time, so that we can kind of offset the cost a little bit and have Motorola help us pay for their own licensing costs. So that worked out to our benefit. The total with the recorder and the consoles was $642. And working with the 911 board, we can spend $369,127 out of our fund for those consoles, leaving the county a net of $273,188. That also reflects, looking through the quote that Motorola gave us, there was equipment in that quote that we didn't need. So I perused through that and gleaned through that several times and worked with them. So that also includes $36,850 of Motorola equipment that was in the original quote that we did not need. So there was no sense of buying something we didn't need.
The credit came from the original project.
Right.
We just told them to roll it onto this. So they kinda wanted to start miring up contracts. We're like, no, finish the radio system, whatever we saved off of that, roll it onto this. We'll probably be back, 'cause this is all sole source stuff anyway, and, or at least this part of it is anyway. And then so that's how we got here. And then when Rob says the 369, the 911 board agreed to let us use, they're not giving us an additional 369. We carry a fund balance in the 911 fund on our books. That's where those funds, all they're doing is letting you have permission to use that, if that makes sense. So they're not gonna give us additional money. We've had the money the whole time. They're just okaying letting you do that, and that's how that goes with 911.
When the 911 board agrees to pay for something, they agree to pay for it out of what they've already given you. So they never write a check for that stuff. They give you the ability to use it as an eligible expense for what you want to buy. But they gave us, through the process, we got approval to spend $369 out of the fund, which leaves us a net of $273 for the consoles. It does not make it a mirror image. The statute doesn't say that the centers have to be mirror images of each other, but it does say they need to be functionally equivalent, and this equipment puts us at functional equivalency for both centers. And a live center there, to where if we lost Lexington for any reason, we could drive to Thomasville, immediately sit down and log in and start taking calls immediately. If I get into a situation where we have a pandemic and I need to split the staff, I could have half the staff reporting to one site and half the staff reporting to the other site, and both halves operate as a whole.
I got a question for you. So let's say your staff is exposed to COVID-19 over here. How would you have any staff left to move somewhere else? I mean,
typically we have about half of the staff that has not come in contact with at any one point in time. About half of them are not in contact with somebody else. You would pick the staff that had not been exposed to the individual.
You say half is not exposed to someone else, but they are exposed to the same equipment, the same door handles, the same computer keyboards, so they are exposed.
We go through a cleaning process twice a shift. So anyone that walks into the building has a temperature taken. There's cleaning supplies in the center where every console, every keyboard, every mouse, every door handle is cleaned twice a shift. So we're already doing cleaning anyway. So I would think that cleaning would be sufficient enough. And then if we needed to do more cleaning or need a deep cleaning, we could always reach out and have a deep clean done. But we're doing sanitizing all the time anyway, at least twice per shift.
So wouldn't you want to clean after every shift?
We clean twice per shift. So they're doing it like halfway through the shift. So halfway through the shift they're doing it, and they're doing it before they leave.
Okay.
And Thomasville's on a separate line too, remember that. That's also the main reason for doing this.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like they built something at the sheriff's office. If they're exposed, if his staff is exposed, or has been exposed by the time they find somebody's got something, and I'm not talking about COVID, I'm talking about if we ever have anything that's much, much worse than what we've experienced so far. But, you know, I mean, how do you protect that staff?
You protect the staff by doing as much cleaning as you can, and knowing as soon as possible. Our staff's been real good about letting us know if they've been in contact with someone who someone has been in contact with. They've been real great about letting us know that. So we keep on top of, and they're real good about letting us know if there's been any exposures. Fortunately, we haven't had any direct exposures. If we had a direct exposure, we would have to mitigate it and pull the staff that hadn't been exposed to the individual. And with the cleaning we already are doing, we probably would have a deep cleaning done on top of the sanitizing that we're already doing.
I guess another question, how many do you have over there at every shift? I mean,
we
3,
average
4?
about 7.
7?
Mm-hmm. Plus the admin staff.
So if one of those was tested positive, then the whole staff had been exposed, so
Yep.
you could lose 7.
We would lose 7, and then there's some debate on whether you would how would you quarantine them? Would you send them home and quarantine them, or would you quarantine them at the center? That all hasn't been fleshed out yet.
Okay, just food for thought for me.
But it is nice now to have the backup center operational and to have it finished, because it gives us a tool in the toolbox that we did not have before. Mm-hmm. If we had had an emergency before, we had 30 minutes for Guilford Metro to answer our calls, and then we would have had nothing.
I mean, what we had talked about before, when the years we've been discussing this, if a tornado tears this one down, you got somewhere
Yes, absolutely.
15, 20 miles up the road. I mean, I get that part, but this is a whole different type.
The pandemic's a little different.
Yeah, it's a whole lot different than what we've been discussing for 10 years on the backup 911.
And that's something that there are conversations through the 911 community through the state on how to handle these things. So that's an ongoing conversation on how different centers have handled it. We stay in contact with all of the other 911 directors and centers across the state. And we basically feed back and forth on how we would handle those situations. Fortunately, I'm not aware of any 911 center at this point in time that's had to experience that. There are some that have had COVID positive. But the last numbers I saw at any one point in time of over 2,080 telecommunicators in the state of North Carolina, and I may be wrong on this, but the last number I saw at one period in time, the most that had COVID was 26. So we've been fortunate, and they're great across the street about making sure that they realize their importance in what they do, and they're great about minimizing their exposures when they're not at work.
And what do you got, 2 shifts over there?
Yes, sir. 2 12-hour
So
shifts.
probably 20 employees?
We have 30 telecommunicators.
30?
Mm-hmm.
And Madam Chair, if I may, and Rob, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe in a situation where if they have multiple infections or something like that, there are regional support too that can come in to help.
We could reach out through the 911 community and through the board and get some support if we needed it, correct?
Right.
Robert, you said 30-some, is that full-time?
Yes, sir.
You got that many full-time? How many part-time?
I have only 2 now because one of the part-timers hasn't been able to work. She's a full-time nurse now.
Yeah.
So she has decided that she didn't want to expose the center to anything that she may have been exposed to, which I give her kudos for. But she hasn't worked. Our other part-timer works, I have 3 part-timers. The other 2 part-timers work as they can. They're volunteer firefighters, and they work as many hours as we need them to work, so. Any questions on that one? Thank you for your understanding with this. I'm so excited I had a lot of sleepless nights about not having someplace to go in the case of a problem.
Mhm.
You know, I wasn't gonna quote you, but I'm not gonna
No,
quote
don't
you.
do that, please.
Okay.
Madam Chair, for this project, I wanna touch base on one more project that all we're gonna do is touch base on real quick. But for this one, I'd like to do, if it's consensus of the board, is move that dollar amount to an agenda item as well. Appropriate the funds, appropriate the 911 funds from our fund balance and the county reserves, and have a contract from Motorola that Chuck looks at that buys this recorder and finishes out this hardware. That'll complete this part too. So that'll be 2 911 projects off the list, if that's okay with the board. This meets the capital plan. It's actually $90,000 less than we planned for. So we thought this thing would be 700 plus. It's less, as you can see.
How much did we spend on the building, by the way?
I'll
not
have
aware
to
of.
check with Dwayne. I will find out. It
Okay.
wasn't too much. We had to remediate a little bit of mold issue. I will find out.
That sounds fair enough to me.
Those of you the 2 of you that went with us to the jail the other day, when I saw them pictures of what Dwayne did with this thing, that looked about like it looked really nice. You know, that 911 center in that jail looked nice too, but that looks pretty slick. So I'm very pleased with how that turned out.
And you have an open invitation to come up anytime and see it. Well, we like showing that stuff off.
I'm gonna let Rob touch on this one. You've got a handout here, and I don't think he's gonna walk you through all this, but you just got it for information. And I'm gonna tee this one up, and you say it the way you want to. Our CAD system is 20 plus years old. 23 years old, which basically runs your 911, it's the heart of your 911 system. It's your records management system in the sheriff's office and your JMS, your jail management system. Time to replace it. The support we're getting from the current company, which is probably, if not already planning to fall under, is pretty much nil. It's gone. That's not very good to have a 911 system. So we're in the process of looking at systems now. Rob's heading that up, and he's doing it with the sheriff's office, Lexington, and Thomasville, because the goal is they all like to be on the same system, obviously. So he's going to talk base with that. The reason why I want him to do that is because it's going to be significant cost. I'm just going to go ahead and forewarn you. With Thomasville having a piece, Lexington having a piece, and us having the bulk because we're the 911 center. It's something we've got to start planning for and planning for relatively soon. So I just want him to touch base.
I'm going to read my notes if that's okay. In the fall of last year, the sheriff's office, along with Thomasville and Lexington, began attending and or hosting demonstrations for a new CAD system, records management, and jail management systems. We initially didn't participate because we already had a lot of projects on the books, and we were dealing through our maintenance contract, trying to deal with the vendor that we had to work on the problems that we were having. As the CAD system is really the backbone of the other systems, the RMS and JMS feed from the CAD system, and after it became evident that our neighbors were serious about replacing what they had, they were having significant service issues as well. They have the same vendor we have. We entered the process of replacing our 23-year-old CAD system. The issue for all parties had been a steady decline in customer service, as well as the technical service that we get from the company after the acquisition of the company in 2018 by a group of venture capitalists. The system was initially purchased in December of 1997. Over a period of time, we've dealt with the same company under 4 different names, OSSI, SunGuard, Superior, and now Central Square. I did just do a quick Google search and try to find out if they are jammed up with any other customers. There are lots of things online about Central Square and failure to miss deadlines, failing to deliver, so on and so forth. Those are the kind of issues that we're experiencing. We're experiencing issues paying now this year. We'll pay almost $72,000 for maintenance. Yeah, we have numerous issues where a call taker will be involved with taking a call from a citizen on a 911 call, and the system lock up or shut down on them. It's positional, not systemic. But the company has since fall of 2018, they were purchased by Vista Equity Partners and Bain Capital, which are both investment and venture capital companies who had purchased multiple public safety companies. Since the acquisition of our CAD company in 2018, we've seen a drastic decline in customer service, as well as their ability to have any issues resolved. We hear through second and third parties that most of the staff that was in High Point is no longer in High Point. They have had an exodus of tenured staff who have left the company. We do have daily crashes on the system. Again, not systemic crashes where the whole system goes down, but crashes that occur while we're either taking radio traffic from an officer or firefighter in the field, or while we're dealing with a 911 call. And of course, that's problematic because then we have to shut down and start all over, and you miss all of the information that you had gathered from in that call in the first place. So that's a real problem. Just some of the issues that we have, and again, I've reached out to Lexington and to Thomasville. They have the same type of issues we have. Sheriff's Office has the same issues. We received an invoice recently for work that was done over 5 years ago. There's no way for me to know if that work was done or not done 5 years ago without going through and looking into it. And I've actually refused to pay them any money until I can verify that we actually owe them the money that they're billing us for. Again, my feeling is it was bought by venture capitalists, and this has become a company that's more, personal opinion, more involved in their accounts receivable than they are in providing a service to their customer. And again, that's not just my feeling, that's the feeling of most of the companies, most of the 911 centers across the state who have had this company, most of which are looking for new CAD companies at this point. We initially initiated, while we were trying to work through our maintenance contract, a business review from them in early December. The process of getting help was tedious, time-consuming, and they were non-responsive. While working with Central Square, and because it took time to get answers back, we began to find ways to fix our problems through some of our brothers and sisters throughout the 911 community across the state. My last email to them was in January of this year, and I had asked them if they had any progress on the business review plan that we had asked for. There were issues that needed to be dealt with. We wanted to work through them through our maintenance contract to see if they could deal with the issues. I never heard back from them until June the 5th, when they emailed me and asked me if we were still interested in having the review done. So they never responded back to my request to say, hey, where are you on this? But 5 or 6 months later, they email me and say, do you still want to have this done?
You said certainly, but not with you.
Oh, I said something, yes, sir. We, along with the other stakeholders, have initially looked at 12 CAD vendors. We've jointly selected 3 of those through a really great process of interaction with the Sheriff's Office, with Thomasville, with Lexington, With the EMS, we all worked together on this, and of the 12, we selected 3 to come back around for another 4-day demonstration. Though we started that last week was the first of the 3, next week is the second of the 3, and then the following week is the third of the 3 that were selected. I expect all of the demo last week was well attended by everybody involved. I expect that the other 2 demos will be equally well attended. After the 3 vendors present their third demo, then the stakeholders will move back around again and select which one of the vendors we want to enter into serious conversations with. And hopefully that process will be done by the end of the month, where we've gone back through the 3. The price, I honestly think that we're probably looking as a large number. The everybody number on a new CAD system, you're probably looking at every bit of $2.5 million. I think you've got jail management, record management, you've got the CAD system. You know, we've done what we can do to look and see what our licensing is to try to minimize the cost. Some of the vendors will actually provide a site license, which is a more cost-effective way to go without having to tag us for every time we have something installed. But again, this is a situation where we're in desperate straits with what we currently have.
I didn't think to ask you the other day, would the 911 board help us with any of that?
They will once I go back for a reconsideration for more funding.
Which ought to be somewhat advantageous for us if they will do it, because by doing the backup center cost here, we pretty much exhaust our 911 funds. So there shouldn't be any complaints from them that, oh, you're sitting on money, why don't you go ahead and do it? Well, no, I have nothing now. So, but I wanted to get this, there's no action for this morning for this. I just want it on your radar. So we're gonna have to do something soon. Be prepared. We're gonna try to get a plan together when we get through these demos and work through how to pay for this and et cetera. It's coming. And it's very important, as you can tell. So, but if the main piece is if everybody's good, we'll move the backup center piece, which is also very important, as you can tell. We'll move that to a consent agenda soon, Tuesday night most likely. And Chuck ought to be able to. It should be a very easy agreement because it's just buying hardware is all it is. It's not as complex as that first deal we did.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
so you mentioned that Lexington and Thomasville and Davidson County was paying for this.
All of the stakeholders will be a part of paying for this, yes, sir.
Okay.
Stakeholders being?
Lexington, City of Thomasville, EMS, the Sheriff's Office, and us, which we're all pretty much the county.
My question is,
Yes.
my question is, we're providing 911 service to this whole county, which includes Walberg and Midway, Denton. So why are they not participating in this in some manner?
They did not have representation at any of the, they didn't have it represented in any of the meetings. They didn't have any meat in the game. They didn't have any money in the game. They weren't looking to be a part of the process. The volunteer fire departments typically, as long as we can provide them a spill from the CAD system to what they're using, because they use a host of different records management systems for the fire departments, as long as I can give them the data from the system to what they currently have, they have been happy with that. And one of the things that we've asked for from each of the 3 vendors, one of the questions that went to them is, which fire records packages do you support? And so far, they've all supported all of the packages that are out there.
And I see what Commissioner McClure is talking about, is maybe we need to reach out to those other municipalities and say, hey, we're about to embark on this, you know, would you like to help fund it? Because what we looked at this morning, we did it by per capita. Maybe we're to look at the same thing and say, okay, $2.5 million, Davidson County citizens, Lexington, Thomasville, Denton, Walberg, Midway, High Point, maybe they were to help fund it. Get some of that back. I like your idea.
They don't have any use. The Denton would have a police department, I guess, would have a little bit of use for it, maybe if they.
And honestly, what I forgot to mention, I have actually spoke to Denton, and what they have told me in email and in person is that because they get their records from management through the sheriff's office, they're good with whatever the sheriff's office does.
Basically, we don't want to pay for it, but we like what you got.
Maybe High Point
I think he
can give
pays
us some money out of
the
that
sheriff's office something for the
$175,000.
RMS that he gets, but
And I think they pay for part of the service of the police officer. They may think part of that's wrapped up in that as well. You know, for Wahlberg, Dent's piece of it out of $2 million. Let me go back, Mr. McClure's question, $2 million bill in total. Lexington's gonna have their piece for their record management system. Thomasville's gonna have their piece. Outside of that, you know, Denton may not be able to give a whole lot. It's gonna make much of a dent what's left for us.
Yeah, Denton's would be like $10,000.
It might be less than that. I don't know, for a little bit of records, you know, it's.
And I understand what you're saying when you're talking about their record-keeping system.
Mhm.
But the citizens out here that are receiving 911 assistance, they don't know anything about this record keeping. And if we're providing services to the entire county, it seems like the entire county would, including the people from High Point, can take some money out of their $175,000. It just seems to me like, you know, we're leaning on Lexington, Thomasville, Davidson County when we're providing the services for everybody.
Well, I don't know that we could cover this off of that money, you know, so don't get those two mixed together, that we're gonna take, you know, that's. But I mean, it's
Just
probably
some
worth
thoughts.
it's a conversation that we can have. I think you know, like, especially with Thomasville and Lexington, but I mean, one of the, probably gonna be, the answer is gonna be is, you know, that's a county function, 911, and that's a true statement.
Yeah, that's pretty much a county service. and
County
you pay
service,
for it.
and, just like we don't get in the, services that the city, you know, typically provides, you know, they have exclusive things they do as well, so.
I think what Fred's trying to say is just everybody that's asking for money because they might have citizens here or municipalities, this or that, they need to know exactly what the county does. And, yeah, we do provide services to everybody. So.
Costs money.
This is huge, and the good news is, hopefully, since this first system lasted almost 25 years, we do this, we're gonna get 2 decades plus. I'm praying, you know, this is not a cost that comes up every day. It's just unfortunate it's happening right now. Right? It's hitting right now during all of this, plus a jail, plus everything else. That's really what's kind of makes it hard to swallow, but.
We were actually trying to make sure, we were trying to work through the existing agreements we had with the company, but the company has just been so non-responsive, and we've got issues that are not being addressed. You know, we're in a situation to where we're not getting any help with this, and we have no other alternative at this point.
Have we examined if there's any 911 grants out there?
I'm sorry, sir?
Any emergency grants out there that could be applied to?
The money that we've looked at so far, I actually looked at the burn grant that came out and didn't see anything there. We have, our best bet at this point is to do a reconsideration with the 911 board and have them fund us more. There hasn't been a whole lot of money spent for things over the years, so the amount of money we were getting from the 911 board started to decline. Well, we've been fixing things and replacing things, so now it's time to go back to them and say, no, you need to give us more money. The best place we have for help with that, I think, is the 911 board.
How much do we generate a year with 911 tax?
That I can't answer, sir, I don't know.
I think it's about 550.
550,000?
That's what our 911 fund is.
I misunderstood the question.
Yeah.
He's correct. What we get from the state is about 550.
So why come we couldn't use that for 3 or 4 years?
That for part of stuff operating over
It's
there
operational.
now. You know, they have eligible costs, and they're very strict of what they will allow you to spend these funds on. But again, we carry a fund balance off that 550. Part of that you're going to use on the backup.
Right, that's all we got in our fund
That'll
balance.
basically take it away. That's actually good in a way when you're approaching them with your hat in your hand saying, I need help with this other project now. Typically, if you've got a balance, they'll look at you and
Right.
say, no, because you got money.
Yeah.
And now we can say, absolutely not, we have nothing.
But out of that 550, what do you use it for operational?
It's used for phone lines, trunk lines, it's used for training, it's used for, access for things for the radio system to go back to Viber. The circuits is basically what it is. It's all phone circuits and training pretty much.
Hardware stuff mostly, major hardware.
But most of that should already be purchased, I mean, right? I mean, we shouldn't have a ton of that stuff coming up in the future.
We don't now.
Right.
There was a lot of things that needed to be fixed and
In
replaced.
the past, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, real quick question. I remember several months ago, we were talking about, joining the state system to where, Wilmington could pick up our 911
EZNet.
system. EZNet,
Yep.
that's it, thank you. Where are we at with that?
I got a phone call yesterday from AT&T, which is the vendor of choice for the state of North Carolina. Our go live is April 2021. I have biweekly phone calls now with the project manager with AT&T, and we're moving forward with making sure, we have the project laid out and things are done. There's circuits being installed at the cost of the 911 board to make the EZNet work. So we're full in the process of getting things in and getting them ready for our deployment in April of next year.
And our current CAD system and the one that we're looking at would interface with that?
Our current CAD system, not so much. Our new CAD system, absolutely.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I couldn't think of the name of that.
It's only because I see it about every other day in an email.
Thank y'all so much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to item number F, secondary road system, Ridge Hill Court and Monticello subdivision. Mr. Leonard will join us.
Sounds like a no-brainer to me.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. You're used to seeing these things on your consent agenda at a regular meeting, and I appreciate you putting this on this morning's agenda. I got a call Friday from the DOT office in Salisbury asking for a favor if they could, if we could process this thing this week. And what has apparently happened is that the folks, there are 9 families living on Ridge Hill Court. They've petitioned for their road to be taken over by the maintenance system. And normally it would go to, there's no expediency, but in this case, if it doesn't happen this week, the repaving that is required for this road will go on a list, a to-do list, a future paving list, and go on the bottom of that stack. Whereas if we can get it to Raleigh by 5 o'clock tomorrow, they will go ahead and process this. I asked, I don't understand why, and the response was it's complicated, which typically means that some promises were made, something fell in the cracks, and this makes everything right again. So I appreciate you hearing this, and if the board will approve this, Ms. Harris will get me a SR2 form. We'll get it to Salisbury. Salisbury will get it to Raleigh, and hopefully these 9 families will get their road paved.
That's right.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve the placing Ridge Hill.
I have a motion and a second. Please.
Verbally, ma'am?
Oh,
No, actually, we can do it, but with clickers. I've got it on here, okay.
Okay.
Forget it.
Please cast your vote.
All the votes are in,
Thank you.
and that motion carries by a vote 6-0.
I say, I liked how fast Scott handled that.
Mr. Smith will lead us off on COVID-19
Thank you,
testing.
Madam Chair. I'm gonna ask Lillian to come up, and I'm gonna do one more tee up here, and I think we're good to go here. This one hopefully won't be as bad. Again, short slides. I think she's gonna give you a little update on testing. If you'll remember, last Friday, we did a specialty clinic over in Thomasville. This board appropriated $10,000 to buy the tests and operate that clinic. I think we had roughly around 60 folks, give or take, round number. We didn't spend all that $10,000. That come out of this CRF funds. I think Lillian's gonna talk with you overview about testing, but maybe another idea of, I think there's 5,000 to 6,000 left out of that, so almost half. Could we do something out here in the parking lot a couple times a week for an hour by appointment for symptomatic folks only? We're not talking asymptomatics or just guessing here, so, but I'm gonna let her walk you through that.
Good morning. I will try to be as fast as Mr. Leonard. I resent the death by PowerPoint. I have pictures, and pictures are fun, so
Lillian.
I'm gonna go quickly.
Lillian, can you take that mask off?
Yes, sir. So COVID-19 testing, just wanted to provide y'all with a little bit of an update. We receive phone calls at the health department daily about individuals in Davidson County who really want to test and can't find a place to get it. There are options with their primary care providers. Some of those folks who don't have tests, but when they do utilize their primary care providers, there's typically a copay for our citizens when they utilize that service. The Novant testing site also sometimes a copay. They file insurance. Davidson Medical Ministries is providing testing for free for folks, but they suspended those services in July, but they're kicking them back up. So they will be offered. We received a list yesterday of testing dates at our office, and we're sharing that with people when they call. And then we've done it a couple of times at the Davidson County Health Department. I think y'all know we test people that are in the high-risk group already, first responders, healthcare workers, long-term care facilities. In addition to those individuals, we've done 2 testing events for the public. One was on May 29th. We did 44 collections. Only 2 were positive. That event cost us less than $5,000. That was in our parking lot. It was a drive-through service. Just didn't have a great turnout. So we kind of sat back and thought, well, should we really be doing this? Calls kept coming in. People really wanted testing. They couldn't find it. We weren't doing it at the health department. So we received a call from a church in Thomasville that was like, we really would like to be a testing site. They are close to an apartment complex that's, I don't know that it's actually public housing, but it's low-income housing. So it was a walkable space for people. We held that event on the 31st of July. This is from our parking lot. This is our staff. You know, we talk a lot about PPE, but I thought y'all might like to actually see what the folks who are testing actually wear. They wear these gowns, they wear gloves, they wear an N95, and then they wear a face shield. The 31st event, there were 56 samples collected. 2 people walked up. Everyone else used a car. So this morning, the state lab test results dropped. I apologize. I prepared this as close to 5 yesterday as I could, waiting on those results. But this morning we got them. Of the 15 that went to the state lab, 5 were positive, 3 were new positives, 2 were people who were positive, they had been ill, and their employer really wanted them to have a negative test, which is absolutely against the CDC guidance, but they just really wanted it. So their test came back positive again. I don't know the exact dates of their initial test date, but so while we had 5 positives, our numbers won't increase by 5 by this. They'll only increase by 3 because the duplicative positive test results are not in our count. So altogether for that event, our testing numbers will go up by 7 out of 56. That event cost us about $4,000. As the manager said, we asked for $10,000 for that event. We spent about $4,000, so we have $6,000 left over from what y'all have appropriated out of these CRF funds. We're still getting calls. People won't test. Again, this is some of our staff members who are doing the testing. And I don't know if y'all remember, but July 31st, it was hot. We were very hot. And when you put those clothes on, these folks were hot. But they did it with a smile on their face, and we were really happy to be able to bring this to community members who wanted it. Again, another video, and of course, I just had to show y'all because we all know how the media likes to show up. They came, they had their cameras, and we're like, you can't get folks HIPAA protected. Don't take pictures of any cars. As you see, you can't, no identifying information there. This event was not by appointment, so it was a little staff heavy because people had to come and we had to get their information. It's very important that you get the correct information before you send the lab, the test to the lab. So our proposal. Y'all, we're getting calls a lot. I don't know if you as commissioners are getting them from citizens who really won't test, but we get them at the health department repeatedly. People are having a hard time finding a place to test. And as I said, folks are having to pay co-pays when they utilize their own personal doctors. So my proposal is that we do some testing at the health department for these folks at no cost to them. It would be by appointment only. That saves a lot of our staff time. If they call ahead, we can go ahead and get their information. We have those lab print receipts ready to go. We kind of thought about it. I don't know if y'all have utilized like a Food Line to go or a Walmart to go where you pull up and a sign. Even my vet does this. And you call and let them know you're here and you let them know what spot you're in. So it really isn't people standing out in the parking lot. This is our staff. They're only testing from 9 to 10. Folks can sit in their cars and wait until they're there for their testing time, so it's low resources from our agency. Whereas the event we did on the 31st, we had about 20 staff members out there. This type of event would take 2 staff members for an hour, so it would really be helpful for us at the health department. But we'd also be providing that service to the people that are calling. The request is that we are allowed to use that remaining $6,000 to see where this goes. Back to numbers. On the Friday event, we did 56 sample collections. 41 were sent to LabCorp. We had to pay for those. 15 went to State Lab. We did not have to pay for those. So I can't give you an exact number. If we do 100 tests, some of them may qualify for State Lab. State Lab means they're a first responder, they're a healthcare worker, they're associated with a long-term care facility, like maybe a dishwasher at a nursing home, something like that. Or they don't have any insurance. So people that have no insurance, we can send to the State Lab too. The other tests cost us about $52, and those are going to LabCorp. This week, miraculously, we did testing on Friday, and from LabCorp, we got results on Monday. A few weeks ago, LabCorp tests were taking 9 days. So it was a really quick turnaround this time. The state lab, like I said, they dropped this morning. So we did the testing on Friday, LabCorp came in Monday morning, state lab came in this morning. I can't promise you that that would be the same thing if we were doing testing again. I can tell you that we're trying to utilize the state lab more because there's no cost with that. So individuals that qualify for the state lab test, that's our priority, and then the others go to LabCorp. That's how we're handling it at the health department.
To answer a question for me, what's really the advantage of getting tested if it takes 9 or 12 days to get your results back?
This is the kind of thing that we are having lots of conversations about. There's a small advantage, but like you said, you've missed the mark if you are 9 days out. When you do get tested, though, the guidance from the testing facility should be, hey, you're here for a test. There's a reason you're here for a test. Either you're a close contact to a known positive or you're sick. Until you get your test results, we're going to ask that you quarantine, which would be what would happen if you get a positive result, except at that time it would turn into the term isolation. But with the 2-day results, so the folks that were told on Monday that they were positive, our hope is that they modify their behaviors, do what we ask them to do, and isolate. They stay away from their family members who are high risk. That, to me, Commissioner Yates, is the biggest thing. When people know that their status, if Sunday lunch is at Grandma's house, they don't go. We can't make anybody do anything, though, so I'll just be real honest with you.
Did these folks have symptoms?
Yes, sir, some of them did.
They should know not to go to grandmother's house if they got symptoms.
You would think so. Right now, too, though, we're seeing a lot of people that have symptoms and they're like sinus infections and things like that. The bigger issue right now that we're getting at the health department is people with symptoms or close contacts. And there's just so many things. I could talk to y'all for hours on end about quarantine, isolation, close contact, not a close contact. Do you need a test? Don't you need a test? What happens if you get a test and it takes 8 days to get the results? What happens if you get a test and you're on quarantine and then it's positive and you're on isolation? Everything changes. Our department answers a lot of questions, and it's really hard to boil it down. Yesterday I was working with our HR director, Ms. Cashin, about trying to do a flow chart, and I said, I'm happy to try to help this, but just about the time you create a box, there's an offshoot to it, and so there's just a lot. The path meanders. It's not very straight on this.
Got another question. Your calls that you have coming in, I've not had one of anybody that said they couldn't get a test, okay? So out of your calls, what kind of data have you collected on those calls? What's the composition of those calls?
So y'all know I send out a daily update. We have been using a spreadsheet, and I will include that with today's update if that will work for you.
But can you tell me what?
I don't actually know. No, sir. The calls were for a long time handled across the street at the EOC. Alton Haynes was working through that with librarians who were kind of displaced, and they were doing a great job, and they were keeping a spreadsheet. The librarians had to go back to work. We said, this number has been put out. Y'all know very early on we were pushing COVID information, so that EOC line was out there. Based on the number of calls, I made the decision that we would find a way to handle it at the health department because we just didn't think we could close the phone line down. So our staff is tracking it too. Most of them, I do believe, are about testing, from what I know anecdotally, but I will get y'all the spreadsheet today. Some of them are, complaints about, I went to ABC restaurant, nobody was wearing a mask. There's a lot of those as well.
What about, we're putting out a lot of information, how many additional tests and how many positive results we're getting. We're not telling the public what they need to hear there. And that is, if you look at the positive active cases, we're not saying anything about that. We're scaring the public to death.
Our daily updates do say active.
We're aware of it.
Yes, sir.
But the public is not aware of it.
Well, we put it on our social media and our website.
You can do testing and it shows an increase in positive results, but the active cases show a decline. And we're not telling the people that those numbers are going down. We're talking about several, over 1,000 and some, and the active cases are down around 132.
122 yesterday.
122 yesterday. Why aren't we sharing that information? It's because it seems like there's a purposeful agenda to scare the heck out of the people.
Commissioner Shell, their website and what they do, it does have that, but the thing of it is, people are not looking at it. I had a guy yesterday.
Well, what's the purpose of putting out the positive cases then?
Well, because they don't wanna hear it. And, I mean, I had a guy yesterday try to say that, you know, people were dying at, one per, I forgot how many seconds it was. And I said, no, I went and pulled the number, and I said, no, it's one per over an hour. And he didn't wanna hear that. I mean, it was like every 80 minutes there was somebody. But, and even those cases, most of them are over age 80, or they have underlying health issues. So somebody that's under 80 that doesn't have, you know, obesity and heart-related and diabetes and all this other stuff, they're safe. I mean, there's several people I know that have tested positive for COVID, had no symptoms whatsoever, and they're 70-some years old. But I also have heard about doctors who took the test kit, opened it up, never even actually opened it, they just cracked the seal, put their name on it or somebody in their office staff's name on it, send it in, and it comes back positive, and never even touched it, other than crack the seal. And so, I don't believe half of the junk coming out of
We
this
could
thing.
do that test here,
But
but
my
I
point
think-
is, I think it's just as important for the people to understand how many active cases we have here in comparison to how many positive cases. I think it's just as important for the people to hear how many people we test and how many turn out non-positive. But it seems like we're putting out there that which scares the heck out of people.
I would say
And
that.
I'm not saying we, I'm talking about, I think that's a nationwide problem.
Yes, sir. I would say at the health department, we have been very transparent. We get questions for data all the time. Every day, the status update that y'all receive has a little bit more data, but that one dashboard that's up there, that goes out. That's what we share with people. The top number on the left is the number of deaths, which is quite small, and then the number after that is active cases. Per Commissioner Krotz, we put the red arrows, so it talks about the number of active cases that are up and down, and so we're trying to be as transparent as possible
And
at the
I
health
think you are.
department.
My concern is this, that we're, somehow or another, we're getting it and we're able to share it with people. But for some reason, most of the people out in the community are not getting it. And yes, it's online, they can go online, but people don't do that. They're too busy working, feeding their family, putting their kids through school and watching a little TV and going to bed and getting up and starting the process the same way the next morning. They just don't have to. So I'm trying to figure out how can we do this? How can we do this responsibly? So they have every option laying before them, you know, instead of just that which is gloom and doom all the time.
I mean, that ain't gonna happen because that's not what the media wants, so.
Well, you know, the people need to start holding the media accountable.
But I think Davis County does a good job.
I do too.
But
I do too, and I think the new information is great. I'm just frustrated because the good numbers, the things that give some people some comfort and some satisfaction are not being shared. And that's not right. And the numbers are real. They're not created numbers. They're not. They're most of them done by a health department, you know, which falls under the DHHS, you know. And so they're real numbers, but they don't want to see that, don't want to hear that. I mean, some people don't, or they don't have time. They just don't have time. So they hear all this mess that's been put out there, and it's all about how many positive cases we've got now. Look at the huge increase, and it's a bunch of bull. Because you can look at the factual numbers and see it's a bunch of bull. You know, the number of deaths in this county, most of them in nursing homes, which is a lockdown facility. People can't even get into these folks. And they got these people down, it's because they got cancer. They got all these serious diabetic problems and blood pressure and heart problems. And the flu would kill these people. The regular flu would kill them. And we're just scared to death. Just look at the numbers. The numbers are real.
Are we posting that?
The numbers are real. They don't lie.
The reason I asked about data a while ago, you know, originally when this first started, there's a couple of us commissioners asked about zip codes.
Sir.
And that couldn't be released without a legislative action, I remember was the answer I got, or a court order. But now they seem to think zip codes is fine to give out where the exposed people have been or
I can answer
positive
that.
cases?
I was on a call on a Sunday with, the leadership from the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services, and our health departments were pretty much standing on our heads. Like, we want this information, we're being asked to share this information. How can we do this legally? And so the state made the decision at the request, so essentially kind of what y'all have done. Y'all made the request. Casey and I worked hard on it. We worked with Chuck. We worked with our HIPAA compliance officer, and the answers we got were, no, you can't do it. So we elevated it, pushed it to the state, and the state made that release. So thank you for, bringing that to us so that we could push it up. But it was out of our control.
Oh, I understand that. But, several of us up here didn't get why the state wouldn't release the zip codes of where the positive cases were. If you want to know where they're at, surely you do, to keep from contaminating somebody else or other positive cases. But anyhow, going back to this testing facility, that's the same thing I'm talking about now with your telephone calls. Maybe not the parking lot is the place to put this if you were going to. You'd want to put it wherever your data says you need to put it, whether it's an area of, certain parts of the area of Davidson County or whatever.
We really did look at that. The issue that I have found when you try to do that is where people live and where they get it are two different places. So it's really hard. The issues we have seen locally where we have a large amount of people getting it, they may be people who work in a long-term care facility. As you said, Commissioner Shell, those places are on lockdown. But the workers go back to their homes, which are in a variety of different zip codes. So if we were trying to do the testing there, now they're there for work, but then if their family members get it and they go somewhere else, it's very complicated to pinpoint an area the way that we track it. And we track it on home address, not necessarily where they got the virus.
Yeah, that's where you'd have to, their home address or whatever.
And so by the time they're sick, and we know that they're sick and they're positive, hopefully they're following those isolation orders. The reason that we're suggesting to do it at the health department, we are on the bus line, which you don't want people on the bus either. There's nothing perfect about this. I'm here to tell you right now, I don't have the perfect answer. But at the health department, what we do have is refrigeration, and these test collections have to be refrigerated, and we have staff there. So it's very low-hanging resources there when you have a staff member that can just go from the clinic where they were working out to test, put on all their PPE, and come back in. There's no going and setting up places and finding a location. The church event we did on Friday was great. They had 5 or 6 volunteers, so that was helpful. But again, like I said, 20 staff members. That's a lot. And we are stretched thin.
I'd like to see the data that you get in the phone call data before I say I would agree with it. And the reason being, if part of it's they don't have copay money, maybe it's best for us to give a grant for the copay, the $35, and let them get it at their doctor's office. So I'd like to see the data.
Most of the insurance companies, if you go to your primary care physician, they're waiving the copay.
Well, that's great. I would just say, 10 days ago, we had a real issue with a county government employee who started feeling bad and they wanted a test. Well, we didn't have a testing option for them at the health department because we don't have it open for the whole community. That individual, I believe, ended up going out of county. Yes, because they couldn't get a test here.
I don't understand that because I've asked several of my healthcare people that I know, and they have none of them's heard that don't have tests. So
I will get you the data.
Yeah, I don't know this individual's personal physician stuff, so.
Well, maybe that's where he goes to his personal physician.
That was kind of my question too, but, the whole idea on this piece here was and part of it was if Medical Ministries was gonna be down, which they were until now they're coming back online, then it kind of put a lot of pressure on, I believe, just Novant to kind of be the sole proprietor of this. We did get federal money, some of it being for this purpose. What we thought about was, and I'm all for looking at the data, let her send it. If we want to do this, do it for a little while with the savings we had out of the last run and see what the demand is. If we do this for a week or two, and part of it was to fill in the gap if Medical Ministries was going to stay down. Look, if they come back on, then at least that gives us more community options, if you will. Do it for a little while. If it's not that much demand, we can always go back to where we let the community the community handling it is actually the preferred option.
Yes, very much so.
It's not, the county doesn't really need to be doing this solely. It would be preferable to have everybody involved, but
And that's
it's
what I think.
unfortunately
What,
not
what if
working
we
out
was
that
to
way.
lose our, county health department from being exposed to the COVID-19?
That's what happened at Medical Ministries. They went down because
I
they
mean,
had
yeah, but that's
sick
our
people.
health department. That's our
Right,
Davidson
right,
County Health
right.
Department. 20 of your folks was out the other day. So what if they somehow or another was
It
exposed?
can happen, and that's why we PPM up to the nth degree, you know,
Going off of that, Lillian, how many infectious, disease nurses do you have?
So when Commissioner Clore was talking about legislative things, that's what I was nodding my head off. So we have slots for 3. We have one, our lead nurse, her name's Tanya Hennessy. She's kind of new. She replaced Karen Copley that y'all may have known. She was with us for years and years and years. Ava Bird recently retired, and that was a big loss because she was our secondary communicable disease nurse. We've replaced with an internal individual who applied for that job, and we have one more position that's open right now. Woefully underfunded from the state of North Carolina for those positions, but 3 are helpful. I'll tell y'all too, though, they're not just doing COVID. They're working on hepatitis. We've got some TB things going on right now. They do rabies. So they are doing a lot of different things, not just COVID-19. As the manager said, our public health department, we don't do primary care in Davidson County. I think y'all know that. So testing is not where we're trying to jump in. I personally am getting a lot of pressure from the state of North Carolina because they're saying we're not doing enough testing in Davidson County, in different places. I've told them we have an FQHC. Sandy Motley has been a champion about trying to get testing in the community, and that's where we want it. My concern is, I'm so thankful to hear y'all are not getting complaints from citizens who can't find testing, but what the role of our health department is to be that safety net. If there's not a service and it's needed in our community related to public health, then that's what we do. So that's why we're trying to do it with this leftover $6,000. I do not want to get us in the testing game. That is not what this is about, trying to open the door to that. Mondays and Fridays, 9 to 10, seem to be really small time frames, kind of see what the demand is, and just try to help our citizens. But I'm not interested in being a test.
My question is more, I guess, to shed the light on, you know, it's y'all's job to do the community tracing in Davidson County.
Yes, sir.
Not only in Davidson County, but internally in our governmental operations so that we can stay, you know, abreast and continuing to maintain what we do. The reason why I'm trying to bring this up is no matter what we try to do, you're still suspect to what LabCorp can do. If we have any kind of, what's it called, the solution that you have to have, if we don't,
reagents.
yeah, the reagents, if we don't have the reagents, we can't do that. That drives the test longer. But then we have to rely on everybody else to tell you the truth when you're trying to contact trace. And from I guess from what I've been going through in the last 3 months, I realize that people lie all the time. They come to work, they have COVID symptoms, they don't want to get isolated, they don't want to be, you know, done wrong. And the next thing you know, you have people out. So I know that I don't speak for, I think I do speak for all the commissioners, but we know the job that you're doing and we really appreciate it. You know, there's a lot of good things going on, so thank you.
We're trying really hard. But as Commissioner Elliott just said, contact tracing is the public health department's wheelhouse. Testing in Davidson County is not, but we feel like there's a need, so we're just trying to meet it.
How long had you planned to just do 1 week, a month, just
Till the $6,000.
till the $6,000 is gone?
Not necessarily till the $6,000 is gone. Again, preferably we're going to use the state lab, so it would take a long time to run through that $6,000.
Okay.
I would really like to, perfect scenario, look at it for a couple weeks and just see, are we getting people that need it? And again, like Casey said, symptomatic or close contacts. This is not, hey, I'm curious. This is, let's triage the people when they call, find out why they're trying to get a test, and make the best advice. And explain to them when they get a test, you're here for a reason. You need to quarantine until you get results. So this isn't just let me just like pick something up at the store. This is you do this and then you go home and stay. Right. And we issue letters for folks if they want them that say, you know, I need to be excluded from work at their request. So that's a possibility.
I got a question, maybe you can ask, or maybe Fred can. What's the cost if you don't have any insurance? Is there a cost if you go to the, or is that something that's paid?
Primary care runs generally about $10,
Or 20,
$15.
or 20, something, in some cases.
And, you know, a lot of the insurance companies, especially for the older folks, waive the copay
That's great.
for primary care. If they happen to pop into an urgent care center or a specialist, it's gonna be $45.
That's right, that's right.
And that's just some of the stuff we've been hearing about, folks, that because it says on the news that testing's supposed to be free, and everybody thinks testing's free, and then they go to the doctor and they don't pay anything, but then they get a bill in the mail. So I don't really know about that. I've not had a COVID-19 test, and I've not been to a provider, so I don't know.
I'm just curious, and I should probably know this, but as the people get on our bus system for transportation, or have they taken their temperature or anything like that?
Are they asked to wear masks when they get on the buses? Do you know that? Does anybody know?
Do not know.
I think so. I will double check with Richard. I believe so.
Okay.
I think they are, or they're restricting access to those buses as well. They're not
Right.
letting just anybody ride for any reason.
Right.
And they all have to have a mask to ride a bus?
I will double check.
Okay.
I think
So
so.
they could contaminate everybody on the bus coming to get a test, right?
We take them around.
Exactly.
That's,
Yeah.
you know, if they can do that anyway. If they wanna go to Walmart or Kmart or anything else, they can get on the bus. But if we do the same screening as they get on the bus and have them require the mask, I'm sure that we're doing that, aren't we? Aren't we?
I'm double checking.
Okay.
I don't wanna say yes for sure and I'm wrong, but I know we PP'd up the driver real well too, because remember, the transportation go back to this CARES Act, they got their own set of money
Right.
too, so we PP'd up the buses, limited the access a little bit to the bus, so everybody don't have to be sitting on top of each other, but I'll double check the mask part.
Okay.
You know, I guess it's really no different us running, people through contact tracing or trying to run them through a question. Have you been around anybody with COVID? Do you have any symptoms? When we're allowing anybody from the public in our buildings right now without asking those questions. So, I mean, it is what it is.
Well,
Anyone else have any further questions?
why don't we take the $6 million and buy up a bunch of what was it called, hydroxychloroquine or whatever?
I wouldn't try to say that word, but.
And
yeah,
then
that sounds
just
great.
hand it out to all the citizens, and there we go. We've spent our money and we can help solve Corona.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the remainder of the funds allocated for testing or additional testing.
I'll second.
Have a second?
Yes, Fred.
Why is there a motion needed? I mean, what I'm saying is, in case you straighten me out on this, okay, we've already approved $10,000 for testing, is that correct? So it's already been approved, so why were you?
It's true.
It was specific for that. I checked the agenda item.
Site.
It was exactly to that Thomasville site. If I'd have just
Site,
said
okay.
testing
Yeah.
in general, I
Okay,
probably wouldn't even
okay.
had this on the agenda.
That
Just
makes
let y'all
sense.
know. But also, because it's testing, I want the board to be kind of weighed in on this as we go. I don't want
Right.
to just start doing testing and you guys don't know about it
Good with
later.
Okay.
But that thing said Thomasville. It even named the church. So this was a different, wanted to do it more specific.
Okay.
I'd rather vote on it, 'cause I'm opposed to it, and,
Okay.
I'd like for that to go on the record.
So I have a motion and a second. Cast your vote.
I think there's other ways to handle this, that our staff being exposed to, the COVID.
Commissioner Scott, Commissioner Shell, can I get your vote, please?
I need about 30 minutes to think about this.
That's a good point. God, yeah. I see where you're coming from about the
I mean, it's
staff.
easy enough to direct them to whoever is testing, and especially when there's no cost.
It wasn't hard for my daughter to get tested. She got tested twice. She got tested here in Lexington, and then she also
All right,
went to
I'm
one in
gonna need that
Thomasville,
here.
or Winston.
Help on this. All of the votes are in. And it's a tie.
Motion fails.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So
And I will
they
include
can't
that
do it.
information today.
Yeah, please
Okay.
do that. I'd like to look at that, and that
Thank
may
you.
change my mind, but I'd like to see
Okay,
the data.
like I said, yeah.
Thank you so much for the information.
You're welcome.
Good
And
to
if y'all
hear
have any
from
more
you.
questions, let me know, okay? Like I said, and if there's any changes to that update that I'm giving y'all, let me know. We're just trying to get y'all everything you need
Okay,
with what we got.
thank you. All right. May I have a motion second to go into closed session?
So moved.
We're going to we're going to remain in this room and for a closed session today.
With the board's acceptance, Madam Chair, I wonder if we would be better served by having a short
Short break. I think we should.
Second to that motion.
I did.
Ms.
So we're not going in the conference room?
Yeah, we're going to have a short break,
I know.
Right here, they
but we're
said.
gonna have the meeting.
broken.
Oh, no,